Welcome guys to my new course. In this course we will talk about the introduction to computer science using the C programming language. So first of all, like my video, subscribe to my channel, and let's start our course. Let's start with what is C. C is a general purpose programming language created by Dennis Ritchie in 1972. It is a very popular language despite being old. The main reason for its popularity is because it is a fundamental language in the field of computer science. C is strongly associated with Unix, as it was developed to write the Unix operating system. This is the importance of C and what is C. Now let's see why it's important to learn C. Because C is one of the most popular language in the world. If you know C, you will have no problem learning other popular languages like Java, Python, C++, and other languages, as that syntax is similar. C is very fast compared to other programming languages like Java and Python, and C is very versatile. It can be used in both applications and technologies. Now let's see the syntax or the first program using the C programming language. In the first line we have hashtag include stdio.h, it's the header. In the second line we have integer main, it's a main function. In the line 3 I open the braces. Line 4 we have a statement, printf, it's an output, printf hello world. And in the line 5 we have the return 0, and in line 6 it's the end of the body. I close the braces. Line 3, 4, 5, 6 is the body of the program. Let's see the explanation of this example. Let's start with the line 1. In line 1 we have hashtag include studio.h. This is a header file library that lets us work with input and output function, stdio I input or output, such as printf function used in line 4. Header files add functionality to C programs. We have another header files like stdio, math.h, string.h, etc. Note, we can put a black line between line 1 and line 2. See in yours white space, but we use to make the code more readable. In line 2, other thing that always appear in C program is main. Main, this is called a function, main function. Any code inside its curly braces will be executed. Every code inside these braces is the body of the program. In line 4, we have the printf function. It is a function used to output or print the text to the screen. In our example, it will output hello world. In line 5, we have return 0. It's the end of the main function. In line 6, do not forget to add the closing curly braces to actually end the main function. This is all about the first program in C using the C programming language, using the header, the main function, and the body. Now let's talk about the most important format specifier. It's very important in the C program. The format specifier in C is used to tell the compiler about the type of the data to printed or scanned in input and output operations. What's mean the type of the data? Type of data can be an integer, float, character, etc. This is what mean type of data. And to declare the type of data, we need to use the format specifier. They always start with a percentage symbol, and are used in the formatted string in functions like printf, scanf, and sprintf, etc. Now let's see the table of the format specifier. %C is used for the character type. %D is used for the integer type. %E is for the scientific notation of floats. %F is used for the float type. G for the float type with the current precision. %I for the integer. LD or LI for the long. LF double. LU for unsigned integer. We need to use to show all this in the next video when I need to talk about the variables and the data type. Now let's talk about the input and output. Input, it's mean when I need to give a data for the computer, I will use the keyboard, for example. This is the input. Output, when the computer give me the data, it print the data, for example, on the screen. This is the output. C language has standard libraries that allow input and output in a program. The stdio.h or standard input-output library in C that has methods for input and output. C language provides some tools using which we can format the input and output. They are generally inserted between the percentage sign and the format specifier symbols. Some of them are as follows. We have the minus, it's signed left alignment. 2. A number after percentage specifies the minimum file width to be printed in the characters are less than the size of the width. The remaining space is filled with the space, and if it is greater than, it is printed as it's without truncations. 3. We have the period. It's a point. It's simple separated file with the precision. This is what's mean input and output. Input, when the user gives the data to the computer, like we use the keyboard, for example, and output when I need to print the data, we need to use a screen or printer, for example. This is the difference between input and output. Printf in C, printf is the input. Printf, sorry, it's the output to print all the data on the screen. In C language, printf function is used to print formatted output to the standard output std out, which is generally the console screen. The printf is used in the C program to print the data on the screen. The printf function is a part of the C standard library stdio.h, and it can allow formatting the output in numerous ways. Let's see the syntax of the printf function. We write printf, I open braces, and we write first the formatted string and the argument list. This is the syntax of the printf. Let's see this example. We have hashtag include stdio.h, teacher main, and the printf hello geeks. And finally return 0. This program will output on the screen hello geek. This is an example of printf function. Specifier, it is the character that denotes the type of data. Some commonly use specifier are %D for printing integer, F for the floating or the point number, C for the character, S for the string, P for printing memory address, and X for printed hexadecimal values. This is the specifier when I need to use when I need to write a code. Now let's talk about the scanf and C. Scanf is the input stream in the C programming language. In the C programming language, scanf is a function that stands for scan formatted string. It is used to read data from stdin, standard input stream, it's mean usually from the keyboard, and then write the result into the given arguments. It accepts character, string, numeric data from the user using the standard input. Scanf also used to use a format specifiers like printf. This is the format specifier when I need to use any printf function and scanf function. The syntax of scanf, it's integer scanf, const character, and format. Now let's talk about the new line. When I need to write a code and I need to put two lines. To insert a line, you can use the /n character like this examples. These two examples, we can write like this or like this. This code put the hello world in line, and I'm learning C in another line. And this in this example, he put hello world in the first line. I'm learning C in the second line, and it is awesome in the third line. Single lines comment in C. When I need to write a comment like this in the C program, we need to use this two slash. It's a single line comment, start with two forward slashes like this. Any text between the slash and the end of the line is ignored by the compiler, will not be executed. We have another way to write a comment in C like this. It's a multi-line comment, start with the slash and start and end with the start slash. Any text between this will be ignored by the compiler. It not be executed like this. This is an example. This is a comment, and this is a comment also. Now let's see the keyword in the C programming language. We have, this is the keyword in C: auto, break, case, char, const, continue, default, do, double, else, enum, extern, float, for, goto, if, integer, long, register, return, short, signed, size of, static, switch, type, def, union, void, while, volatile. We need to use this keyword when we need to write a code in C. We will use this in another videos when we need to solve problems or in examples. The keyword is very important in the programming language. Now let's talk about the special symbols. When we used it's used when I need to write the code also. We have the brackets. It's opening and closing the brackets are used as array element reference. This indicates single and multi-dimensional subscripts. Parentheses. These special symbols are used to indicate the function calls and function parameters. Braces. These opening and ending curly braces mark the start and the end of a block of code containing more than one executable statement. The comma. It is used to separate more than one statement, like for separating parameters in function calls. The colon. It is an operator that essentially invokes something called an initialization list. We have also the semicolon. It is known as a statement terminator. It indicates the end of the logical entity. That's why each individual statement must be ended with a semicolon. The asterisk, it is used to create a pointer variable and the multiplication of a variable. Assigned operator or equal, it is used to assign a values and for a logical operation validation. The preprocessor or the hashtag, the processor is a microprocessor that is used to automatically by the compiler to transform your program before actually compilation. The period is used to access members of a structured union, and the tilde is the bitwise once complemented operator. This is all the special symbols used in a C programming code. C variables. A variable in C language is the name associated with some memory location to store data of different types. There are many types of variables in C depending on the scope, storage class, lifetime, type of data they store, etc. A variable is the basic building block of a C program that can be used in expression. If variables are containers for storing data values like numbers and characters. In C, there are different types of a variable defined with different keywords. For example, int is an integer. It stores integers. It's a whole numbers without decimals, such as, for example, 1, 2, 3, or -1, -2, -3. Float, it stores floating point numbers with a decimals number, such as, for example, 19.99 or -19.99. We have also char or characters. It stores single characters such as A or B, and the characters are surrounded by a single quotes, like here A and B. The character can be a small character or a capital character, and we can put also another characters like the hashtag, add, etc. Now, how to declare or create a variable. To create a variable, specify the type and assign a value. This is the syntax. First, we have a definition, data type, and the variable name, and we have the initialization, it's the value. Data type, variable name, equal value defines a single variable, but we can define a multiple variable. We put the data type, integer, character, float, the variable name, for example, x or y, number, name. This is the variable name 1 and the variable name 2. For example, integer x and y. It helps to define a multiple variable. This is how to declare and how to create a variables in C programming language. We need to use this syntax when I need to solve a problems in next video. Now, the C variable declaration. Variable declaration is C tells the compiler about the existence of the variable with the given name and data type. When the variable is declared, compiler automatically allocates the memory for it. The data type, it's a type of data that a variable can store, like an integer, character, float. Variable name is the name of the variable given by the user, and the value assigned to the variable by the user. This is all about the variable declaration. Now the C variable definition. In the definition of C variable, the compiler allocates some memory and some value to it. A defined variable will contain some random garbage value till it is not initialized. We have an example. Integer var. The integer is the data type. Var is the variable name. Another example, char var2. Char is a data type and var2 is a variable name. Now let's talk about the C variable initialization. Initialization of a variable is the process where the user assigns some meaningful value to the variable. For example, integer var is a variable definition. Var equal 10 is the initialization. I give the var, the variable, a value equal to 10. Or for example, we can write like this, integer var and another line var equal to 10, or we can write like this, integer var equal to 10. We can put equal 10 here. We can put it in another line. Now let's see the rules for naming a variable in C language. You can assign any name to the variable as long as it follows the following rules. 1. A variable name must only contain alphabets or digits and underscore. 2. A variable name must start with an alphabet or an underscore only. It cannot start with a digit. Not white space and allowed within the variable name. And 4. A variable name must not be any reserved word or keyword. We need to use this rule when we need to solve a problems and exercise in the next video to see how to initialize and how to define a variable when I write a code. Constants. If you don't want others to change existing variable values, you can use the const keyword. This will declare the variable as a constant, which means unchangeable and read-only. Look at this example. We have const integer mynum equal to 15. Mynum is the variable name, integer is a data type, const is a keyword, 15 is the value of the variable. Mynum will always be 15 mynum equal to 10. It's an error assigned of read-only variable mynum. The variable name cannot be start with a number. Now let's talk about the data type in C programming language. Each variable in C has an associated data type. It specifies the type of data that the variable can store, like integer, character, floating, double, etc. Each data type requires different amount of memory and has some specific operations which can be performed over it. The data type is a collection of data with values having fixed value, means as well as its characteristic. The data type is a collection of data with values having fixed value, meaning as well as a characteristic. Let's see this table. We have three types of data type: primitive data types, user-defined data types, and derived data types. The primitive data type are the most basic data type that are used for representing simple values such as integer, float, character. The user data type are defined by the user himself, and the derived data types, the data types that are derived from the primitive or built-in data types are referred to a derived data type. This is the three types of the data types, and now let's see the data types in C, we have the primary data type, integer, character, floating point, double, and void. The derivative data type, function, array, pointer, and reference. And the user-defined data type, class, structure, union, type def, etc. Now let's talk about the basic data types. The data type specifies the size and the type of information the variable will store. In this tutorial, we will focus on the most basic ones. We have the integer. The size of the integer is 2 or 4 bytes. It stores whole number without decimals, like the number 1. Float. The size of the float is 4 bytes. It stores fractional numbers containing 1 or more decimal for storing 6 to 7 decimal digits, like 1.91 is a float number. Double. The size of the double data type is 8 bytes. It stores a fractional number containing 1 or more decimals. And the character, the size of the character is 1 byte. It stores a single character, letter, number, or a SCCII values, like the capital A. This is the basic data type. Now the basic format specifiers. There are different format specifiers for each data type. Here are some of them. We have the percentage %d and percentage %i is used for integer. Percentage %f and percentage big F is used for the float. Percentage %lf is used for double. Percentage %c for characters and percentage %s for string. This is the basic format specifier that we need to use when we solve the problems and we write the code in C programming language. Now let's talk about the operators in C programming language. An operator in C can be defined as the symbol that help us to perform some specific mathematical or relational, conditional, or logical computation on values and variable. This is the C operator. We have the unary operator, plus plus or minus minus. The binary operator, we have the plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulo, greater than, less than, equal to, not equal to, and or, etc. And the ternary operator. Let's start to talk about the arithmetic operations in C. The arithmetic operators are used to perform arithmetic or mathematical operations on operand. Let's see this table. We have first plus, it adds two numbers, like for example a plus b. Minus, it subtracts right operand from left operand, like a minus b. Multiply two numbers or numeric value, like a times b. Divide, it divides two numeric value, a divided by b. Modulo, it returns the remainder after driving the left operand with the right operand, a modulo b. Plus is a numeral plus used to specify the positive value, plus a, the syntax is plus a. Unary minus, it flips the sign of the value, minus a. Plus plus is an increment, it increases the value of the operand by 1, like a plus plus, and the decrement, it decreases the value of the operand by 1, it's a minus minus. This is the arithmetic and operations in C programming language. Now let's see the relational operators in C. The relational operator in C are used for the comparison of the two operators. Like, for example, less than, it returns the value if the left operand is less than the right operand, else it is false. A, like here, A is less than B. Greater than, it returns true if the left operand is greater than the right operand, else it is false, like A greater than B. Less than or equal, it returns true if the left operand is the less than or equal to the right operand, else it is false also. A is less than or equal to B. Greater than or equal to, it returns true if the left operand is greater than or equal to right operand, else it is false. A greater than or equal to B, and equal to, it returns true if both the operand is equal, like A equal to B. And finally, not equal to, it returns true if the both of operand are not equal, like A is not equal to B. Now the logic operator in C. The logic operators are used to combine two or more conditions or the complement of evaluation of the original condition in consideration. Like, for example, logical AND. And this is the symbol of AND. It returns true if both the operands are true. For example, A and B. Or returns true if both or any of the operand is true, A or B. Not returns true if the operand is false, not A. This is also the logical operator in C. Now let's solve this small exercise about the variables and operators. Write a program to add two numbers. Let's start to write the code. First, all the C program starts with hashtag include stdio.h and integer main. All the C program start with this, include stdio and integer main. Now first, let's define two number. I need to add two number. Let's define two number. We need to put the integer, the data type is an integer, and the name of the value is number 1 and number 2. Integer number 1, integer number 2. Here I need to add two number, I need to use this sum. I need to define this sum and integer sum. Now let's tell the user to give me two number. I need to use the printf enter first number. And the line is end with the semicolon. Printf enter the first number is the output. Now scanf. Here the user will give me the first number, percentage D, and number 1. In this two line, I tell the user to give me the first number, percentage D, because here I need to work with an integer. Now let's tell him to give me the second number. Also printf enter the second number. Scanf also percentage percentage %t and number 2. And the line ends with a semicolon. Now the user was entered the number 1, number 2, and now I need to calculate the sum of this of these numbers. Sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. This is the formula of the sum. Number 1 plus number 2. And now I need to print the value of the sum on the screen. I need to use the printf function. Sum of the number 1 and number 2 is equal to, also we have an integer, equal to the result is an integer also, number 1, number 2, and sum. And finally our code is end with a return 0. This is a small exercise to write a program to add two numbers. In this program I use the variable name, the operators, and how to declare and a variable, and how to calculate the sum. Exercise 1. Write a C program to enter two numbers and perform all arithmetic operators. How to solve this question? First of all, I need to declare two numbers using the integer number 1 and number 2. Second step, I need to declare the arithmetic operator integer. We have sum, sub, multiplication, and mod for modulo. And I need to use the float data type for the division. Why? Because the division is a decimal number. It contains comma. Here I declared the numbers and I declared the arithmetic operator. Next step, I need to tell the user to give me two numbers using the printf and the scanf functions. Next step, I need to use the formula for the sum. I need to put a formula for the sub, multiplication, and mod, and division. Like, for example, for the sum equal number 1 plus number 2. For the multiplication, we put, for example, it's number 1 times number 2. This is how this is the formula. And finally, we need to display the result on the screen. We need to see how to write this code, and let's start. First of all the C programs start with hashtag include studio.h and int main, and I open the braces. Now let's start to declare the two numbers, integer number 1 and number 2. We can put integer number 1 and integer number 2 in the same line, and we can put integer number 1 in the first line and integer number 2 in the second line. And don't forget to put the semicolon in the end of the line. Now let's declare the arithmetic operators integer sum sub, mult, and mode. And don't forget the semicolon. Now the division, float, division. Now let's tell the user to give me two numbers. Printf enter any two number and a semicolon. Now scanf percentage d for the integer, number 1 and number 2. Now the number is entered by the user. Now let's put the arithmetic operators. Let's start with the sum. Sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. Sub equal number 1 minus number 2 mult equal number 1 times number 2. Div equal number 1 divided by number 2. And finally mode equal number 1 modulo number 2. This is all the arithmetic operations. Now let's print the result on the screen using the printf function. Printf function, it's the output. It's print all the data on the screen. Let's start with the sum. Printf sum is equal to percentage d, because it's an integer. This /n is used to put the data in a new line. And sum. The result of the sum is printed on the screen. Now let's to print the multiplication, division, and the modulo on the screen also, like this line. And let's start with printf now the difference is equal to percentage d also, because it's an integer, and sub. Now the product equal to also percentage d and multiplication. Printf quotient is equal to percentage f because it's a float. It's a float number. And div for division. And finally the modulo. Printf modulo is equal to percentage d and mod. And finally, my code is end with the return 0. This is our C program to enter two numbers and perform all the arithmetic operators. Now guys, let's run our code to see the result. Give me two number 5, 8. This is the sum, the difference, the product, quotient, and modulos for 5 and 8. In my code, I declare the numbers and the arithmetic operator. I tell the user to give me two numbers. Here I used all the arithmetic operator and I print it on the screen. Exercise 2. Write a C program to input length and width of a rectangle and calculate the perimeter of the rectangle. How to solve this problem? First of all, I need to declare the length and the width of the rectangle. Second step, I need to tell the user to enter a value of the length and a value of the width. Third step, I need to calculate the perimeter of the rectangle. I need to use the formula perimeter equal 2 times length plus width. And finally, I need to print the result of the perimeter on the screen. But here, when I need to declare the width and the length, I need to use the float data type because the value of the length and the width can be a decimal number. For example, 3.5. I need to use the float. Now let's start our C program, and I will start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and I open the braces. Now float length and width and perimeter. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the value. Printf enter length of the rectangle. Scanf percentage f because it's a float. Now also I need to tell the user to give me the value of the width. Enter of the rectangle. Now scanf %f Now let's calculate the perimeter of the rectangle, and I need to use this formula, perimeter equal 2 times length plus width. And finally, let's print the value of the perimeter on the screen using the printf function. Perimeter of rectangle is equal to percentage f, because it's a float, units, and perimeter. And finally, all the C program ends with the return 0. Now guys, let's run our code to see the result and enter the length of the rectangle, for example 2.3 and 6, for example. The perimeter of the rectangle is 16. This is our C program to calculate the perimeter of a rectangle. First of all, I need to declare the perimeter, the length, and the width. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of the length and a value of the width. And I need to calculate the perimeter and print the result on the screen. And don't forget to put the semicolon in the end of the line. Because, for example, if I delete the semicolon from here, my code tell me we have an error. Now exercise 3, write a C program to tell the user to enter the radius of a circle and display the perimeter and area of the circle. We will start with declare the area and the perimeter and the radius. And I need to declare also the P. P is equal to, okay, first I need to use the float data type to declare the area, perimeter, radius, and P. P is equal to 3.14. This is our first step. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the radius of the circle. Next step, I need to calculate the perimeter and the area. The formula of the perimeter is equal to 2 times P times radius. And the formula of area is equal to P times radius times radius. And finally, I need to print the results of the perimeter and the result of the area on the screen. Let's write our code to see how to calculate the area and perimeter of a circle. First of all, and like all the C programs, we start with hashtag includes studio.h, integer main, open the braces, and let's start to declare the perimeter, the area, and the radius. float, area, perimeter, radius, and p equal to 3.14, and the first step is done. Second step, printf enter the radius, scanf percentage f because it's a float, and the radius. Now let's calculate the radius and parameter. Parameter is equal to 2 times p times radius. Area is equal to p times radius times radius. Now let's print the result on the screen using the printf function. The parameter is percentage f and parameter. Printf, the area is percentage f also and area. And finally, return 0. This is our C program to enter the radius of a circle and calculate the perimeter and the area of this circle. Now guys, let's run our code to see the result. Enter the radius, for example 3. This is the perimeter and this is the area of this circle. In this problem, first of all, I declared the area, the perimeter, and the radius and the p. Next step, second step, I tell the user to give me the radius. Third step, I calculate the perimeter and the area. And the last step, I print all the results on the screen. Exercise 4. Write a C program to tell the user to enter 3 integers and display the average. First of all, I need to declare the 3 numbers, integer, for example, x, y, z. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me this, a value of these 3 numbers. And finally, I need to calculate the average and display the average on the screen. Let's start our code. First, include studio.h integer main integer x, y, z, and printf enter 3 numbers. Scanf teacher I, and percentage I. and we have x, y, z. Now let's calculate the average. Average, it's a float average, because the average can be a decimal number, is equal x plus y plus z divided by 3. And finally, printf the average is percentage f, because it's a float, average. And finally, return 0. And this is our C program to enter 3 number and calculate the average. First, I need to declare the 3 number. I need to tell the user to give me the value of the 3 numbers. And I need to calculate the average and print the value on the screen. First, let's talk about the booleans. Very often in programming, you will need a data type that can only have one of two values, like yes or no, on or off, true or false. For this, C has a bool data type, which is known as a booleans. Booleans represent a value that are either true or false. Before trying to print the boolean variables, you should know that booleans are returned as an integers. Like, for example, 1 represent true and 0 represent false. And we need to use the percentage %d format specifier because it's an integer. This is all about booleans. In the C language, booleans is represent true or false. Now, what is a decision making? The conditional statement, also known as a decision control structures, such as if else, switch, are used for the decision-making purpose in the C programming language. They are also known as a decision-making statements and are used to evaluate one or more conditions and make the decision whether to execute a set of statements or not. This decision-making statement in programming language decide the direction of the flow of program execution. This is the importance of the decision-making. This is the conditional statement in the C programming language. We start with the if else. We have the if. This is the statement of the if else, if, and the nested if. We have also the switch. This is the switch expression. Now let's start with the if statement. The if statement is the most simple decision-making statement. It is used to decide whether a certain statement or block of statement will be executed or not. It means if a certain condition is true, then a block of code, block of statement is executed. Look at this flow chart. We start from here. We have a condition. If the condition is true, we execute the condition or the block of statement. If it is false, it not execute the statement. And this is the syntax of the if statement. If we have a condition, for example, if a is greater than 10, for example, and we open the braces and we put the statement to be executed. If the condition is true, it will be executed. If is not true, the condition is not executed. The statement is not executed. This is all about the if statement. Now let's see an example about the if statement. We'll start with hashtag include studio, integer main, and integer I. I declared here an integer I equal to 10. And here I need to use the if statement. If the condition here is if I is greater than 15, I need to print 10 is greater than 15. And finally printf. Here the computer, we need to work I equal to 10. It's really 10 is greater than 15. It's false. He print I am not in if. If, for example, I here is equal to 20. 20 is greater than 15. He print 10 is 20 is greater than 15. This is all about the if statement. If the condition is true, he print this line, and if the condition is not true, he print this line. Now the if-else statement. The if statement alone tells us that if a condition is true, it will be execute a block of statements, and if the condition is false, it won't. But what if we want to do something else when the condition is false? Where comes the else statement? We can use the else statement with the if statement to execute a block of code when the condition is false. The if-else statement consists of two blocks, one for the false expression and one for the true expression. This is the syntax of if-else statement in C. We start with if and the condition. We open the braces and we put a statement, a block of code. And we put else and we open the braces and we put a block of code. This statement in the if and condition is the true condition, and the statement in the else is the false condition. This is the true and this is the false. Look at the flow chart. We start our code. We have a condition. If the condition is true, we have a body of code, and we go to the end of our code. And if the condition is false, we have the else and the body, and also we go to the end of the code. This is how the if-else statement work. Let's see this example. We have I is equal to 20. If I is less than 15, we need to print I is smaller than 15, else we print I is greater than 15. Let's go, and I is equal to 20. 20 is greater than 15. The condition is false. We go to the else and we print I is greater than 15. This is how the if-else statement work. Now the nested if statement. Nested if statement, it's mean we can place an if statement inside another if statement. Like this syntax, we have if condition, block of code, else, block of code, else we put another if with another condition, and we have a block of code and else also. The nested if statement is used to put an if statement inside another if statement. And this is the flowchart of the nested if statement. We start our code, we have the first condition. If the first condition is true, we can put another condition, and if the condition is true, we execute this statement. If it is false, we go to the end of the code, and if the first condition is false, we put another condition, If it is true, the statement 3 is executed, and if it is false, the statement 4 go to the end of the code. Now let's go to the if-as-if later. The if-as-if statements are used when the user has to decide among multiple opinions. The see-if statements are executed from the top down as soon as one of the conditions controlling the if is true. The statement associated with that if is executed, and the rest of the CS later is bypassed. If none of the conditions is true, then the final else statement will be executed. If-else-if later is similar to the switch statement. We will see the switch statement in the other part of this video, and let's see now the syntax of the if-else-if later. We start with the if, we put the condition, and we have a statement. We have also else if, a new condition, and the statement, and else we have a statement. Like here, we start, we have a first condition. If it is true, the statement 1 is executed. If the condition 1 is false, we go to the condition 2. If the condition 2 is true, the statement 1 is executed. If it is not true, we go to the else statement. This is how the if-else-if later work. Let's see this example. We have an integer I equal to 20. If I is equal to 10, we need to print I is 10. If I is equal to 15, we print I is equal to 15. Else if I equal to 20, we print I is equal to 20. Else I is not present. We'll start with the first condition. The first condition, I is equal to 10, it's false. We go to the else if. Here also the condition is false. We go to the third condition. The third condition is true. I is equal to 20. He print I is 20. This is how the if-else-if statement work. Now the switch statement. The switch case statement is an alternative to the if-else-if later that can be used to execute the conditional code based on the value of the variable specified in the switch statement. The switch block consists of cases to be executed based on the value of the switch variable. This is how the switch statement works. We start with switch, we put an expression. The expression here we can put, for example, if I talk about a character, we put, for example, switch character. If I need to talk about operator, we put switch operator, and we open the braces and we put, for example, case 1 to point statement 1 and semicolon. New line, case 2, statement 2, semicolon, and finally it's end with default statement and semicolon. The default here is like the else in if-else statement. Look at the flowchart of the switch statement. We start with case 1. If it is true, the statement is executed, and if it is false, we go to the case 2. True, the statement is executed. False, we go to the case 3. It is true, the statement is executed. False, we go to case n. And finally, default, the statement is executed. This is how the switch statement work. Let's see an example about the switch statement. We have here integer var equal to 2. Switch, the expression is var, variable, case 1, printf, case 1 is executed, break, we go to case 2, printf case 2 is executed, default case is executed. We will see the switch case in the other video where I need to solve a problems, and this is how the switch case work. Now let's talk about the break. This loop control statement is used to terminate the loop as soon as the break statement is encountered from within a loop. The loop interaction stop there, and control returns from the loop immediately to the first statement after the loop. The syntax of the break is break and semicolon. It is used in the final of the end of the code. They continue. This loop control statement is just like the break statement. The continue statement is opposite to that of the break statement. Instead of terminating the loop, it forces to execute the next interaction of the loop. The syntax of the continue is continue semicolon also. Now I need to make a small exercise. I need to write a C program to find the maximum between two numbers using the if-else. In this exercise, first of all, I need to declare two numbers, number 1 and number 2. In the second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of these two numbers using the printf and the scanf functions. Third step, I need to use the if, and I need to put a condition. For example, number 1 is greater than number 2. If number 1 is greater than number 2, I open the braces and I need to put a block of code. For example, here I need to print that number 1 is greater than number 2, and the else statement. And here in else, if this condition is not true, we need to print number 2 is the maximum. Let's see how to write this code. And like all the C programs, we start with hashtag include studio.h integer main, and let's declare the two number integer number 1 and number 2. Printf enter two numbers, scanf %d because it's an integer, add number 1 and number 2. Now let's use the if statement to find the maximum number. If number 1 is greater than number 2, printf number 1 is the maximum. Number 1. Now else printf %d is the maximum, and we put the number 2, and finally return 0. No, the return 0 is not here. return 0. This is our C program to find the maximum between two numbers. First of all, we need to declare the two numbers, and we need to tell the user to enter a value of these two numbers. And the third step, we need to use the if-else statement to find the maximum between the number 1 and number 2. This one, write a C program to find the maximum between two numbers using the if statement. In this exercise, first I need to declare two numbers, number 1 and number 2. First step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of these two numbers using the printf and scanf functions. Third step, I need to use the if statement to find the maximum between these two numbers. Here we have three conditions. The first condition is if number 1 is greater than number 2. The second condition is if number 2 is greater than number 1. And the third condition is if number 1 is equal to number 2. In the first condition, we have number 1 is the maximum. In the second condition, number 2 is the maximum. And in the third condition, the two number is equal. Now let's start writing the code to see the result. And like all the C program, we start with hashtag include studio integer main, and I will open the braces, and let's start to declare the two number, integer number 1 and number 2. Second step, let's telling the user to give me a value of these two numbers, printf enter two number. Scanf percentage d because it's an integer, and number 1 and number 2. Now let's use the if statement to find the maximum, and the first condition is if number 1 is greater than number 2, number 1 is the maximum. Printf is the maximum number 1. This is the first condition. Now the second condition, if number 2 is greater than number 1, printf is the maximum number 2. Now the third condition, if number 1 is equal to number 2, printf both are equal. And finally return 0. This is our C program to find the maximum between two numbers using the if statement. First, I declared the two numbers, number 1 and number 2. Second step, I tell the user to give me a value of these two numbers. And finally, I use the if statement with three conditions to find the maximum between number 1 and number 2. Exercise 2. Write a C program to check if the number is positive, negative, or equal to 0 using the if statement. First step, I need to define the number, for example, A. Second step, I tell the user to give me a value of these numbers using the printf and scanf functions. Next step, I need to use the if statement to check if the number is positive, negative, or equal to 0. Also here I have three conditions. First condition is if A is positive. Second condition is if A is negative, and the third condition is if A is equal to 0. Let's write the code to see the result, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. Now let's define the number integer A, printf, enter a value or enter a number. Scanf %t and A. Now let's use the if statement to show or to check if the number is positive, negative, or equal to 0. And if A greater than 0, printf A is positive. If A less than 0, printf A is negative. If A equal to 0, printf A is 0. And finally, return 0. This is our C program to check if the number is positive, negative, or equal to 0 using the if statement. First, I define the number. I tell the users to give me a value of this number, and I use the if statement with three conditions to check if the number is positive, negative, or equal to 0. Exercise 3. Write a C program to check whether a number is divisible by 5 and 11 or not. First, we need to define a number, for example x. Second, like the other exercise, I need to tell the user to give me a value of this number. Third step, I need to use if with this condition. For example, if x is divided into the modulo by 5 equal to 0, and x is divided by 11 equal to 0 also. Here I put two conditions in one condition. This is how to check if a number is divisible by another number. If this condition is true, I need to print this number is divisible by 5 and 11. Or not, how to write or not in the C program? I need to use else. Else, it's mean if the number it's not divisible by 5 or 11, I need to print number is not divisible. This is our code. This is our how to write this code. Let's see the steps. And hashtag include studio.h integer main, and let's declare the number x, printf give me a value of x, scanf Now let's see the if statement with this condition. If x is modulo or divisible by 5 equal to 0 and x is divisible by 11 also equal to 0, this is the condition. Now I need to print number is divisible by 5 and 11. Now else also printf number is not divisible by 5 and 11. And finally return 0. This is our C program to check if a number is divisible by 5 and 11. First, we need to declare the number, to tell the user to enter a value of this number, and we use the if-else statement with a conditions to check. Exercise 4, I need to write a C program to check if a number is even or odd. First, we need to declare the number, to tell the user to give a value of this number, and the third step, and this is the very important step, we need to check if this number is even or odd. We need to use the if statement, if else also. We need to use this condition. If the number, for example, x is divided by 2, also equal to 0, the number is even. Num is even. Else, it's mean the number is not divided by 2, number is odd. Let's see how to write the code. And let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. First step, integer x, declare the number. Second step, printf give me a number. Scanf and number and x. Now let's use the if statement to check if the number is even or odd, and if, with the condition, number x is divided by 2 equal to 0, printf number is even. Else printf number is odd. And finally return 0. This is our C program to check if a number is even or odd. First step, declare the number, enter a value of this number, and finally we need to use the if-else statement to check if the number is even or odd. Exercise 5. Write a C program to input marks of 5 subjects: physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, computer, and calculate the percentage and grade according to the given conditions. If the percentage is less than, greater than or equal to 19, the grade is A. If the percentage is greater than or equal to 18, the grade is B. If the percentage is greater than or equal to 17, the grade is C. If the percentage is greater than or equal to 16, the grade is D. And the percentage is greater than or equal to 14, the grade is E. And finally, if the percentage is less than 14, the grade is F. First step, we need to define the 5 subject: P for physics, C for chemistry, B for biology, M for mathematics, and COM for the computer. Second step, we need to declare also the percentage. We need to use float per percentage. Why we use float? Because the percentage can be a decimal number. This is the first step. I declared the 5 subject and the percentage. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the grades of this 5 subjects using the printf and the scanf functions. The step later, I need to calculate the percentage. I need to use this formula. Percentage is equal to the grade of physics plus chemistry plus biology plus mathematics plus computer, and divided by 5 because we have 5 subjects. Second step, I need to print the value of the percentage on the screen. Later, and the last step, I need to use the if, else if later to check these conditions. The first condition, if the percentage is greater than or equal to 19, else if, and finally else. Let's write the code to see the result. And let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. Now let's declare the 5 subject integer P, C, B, M, and computer. Second step, define the percentage. And now let's tell the user to give me the grade of this 5 subjects. Printf enter 5 grades. Scanf percentage D, 5 subject, and B, and C, and B, and M, and computer. Now let's calculate the percentage. Percentage is equal to P plus C plus B plus M plus the computer, grade of the computer, divided by 5. This is the formula of the percentage. Now let's print the value of the percentage on the screen using the printf function. The percentage is percentage. Now let's use the else if later to put these conditions, and let's start with if the percentage is greater than or equal to 19, we need to printf grade A. Else if percentage is greater than or equal to 18, printf grade B. Now, else if the percentage is greater than or equal to 17, printf grade C. Now, else if the percentage is greater than or equal to 16, printf grade D. Else if percentage is greater than or equal to 14, printf grade E. And finally, else printf grade F, and the return 0. This is our C program to enter 5 subjects, calculate the average, and put the conditions to check if the grade A, B, C, D, or E or F. In exercise 6, I need to write a C program to input week numbers and print the corresponding day of week name. For example, if I put 1, what is Sunday, for example. Let's see the steps of this code. First, I need to define the week number. I need to tell the user to give me a number of the week number, and I use the switch case statement to find the number, the week name of the week number. Let's see how to write the code, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and integer week number, printf, enter the week number, scanf, percentage d, and week number. Now let's use the switch case statement to determine the day of the week, and let's start with switch week number, open the braces and case 1, printf Sunday and break, case 2, printf Monday and break, case 3, printf Tuesday and break, case 4, printf Wednesday and break also, case 5, printf Thursday also break, case 6, printf Friday and break also, case 7, printf Saturday and break. And finally, the switch case will end with default printf invalid number and break. This line, it's mean, for example, if I put a number, it's not between 1 and 7, for example 8, it print invalid number. And finally return 0. Let's print our code to see the result. Enter a week number, for example 5, it's Thursday. If I need to print, for example 9, it's invalid number. Now let's see the importance of the break here. If I need to delete the break and I need to, for example 1, it prints Sunday. Now if I print a new number, for example 4, print Wednesday. The importance in break, when I delete the break, he print Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is the important of the break. The break, for example, if I need the number 6, he print Friday without the other day. Definition. What is a loop? Loops in programming are used to repeat a block of code until the specified condition is met. A loop statement allows programmers to execute a statement of group of statements multiple times without repetition of code. For example, if I need to print hello world a million times, it's very difficult to write hello world a million times. We use the loop. There are mainly two types of loops in C programming. First, we have the entry-controlled loop. In entry-controlled loop, the test condition is checked before the entering of the main body of the loop. We have the entry-controlled loop. We have the for loop and the while loop is an entry-controlled loop. Second type is the exit-controlled loop. In the exit-controlled loop, the test condition is evaluated in the end of the loop body. The loop body will execute at least one. The do-while loop is the exit-controlled loop. Let's see the difference between the entry-controlled loop and the exit-controlled loop. The entry-controlled loop is the for loop and the while loop. The condition is in the first of the loop, like here. But in the exit-controlled loop, the condition is in the end of the loop, like the do-while loop. Now let's see the difference between the for, while, and the do-while. For loop, first we have the initialization, the condition check, the executes the body, and at last the update is done. Initialization, the condition updating, and we have here the body. The while loop, first we have the initialization, then condition checks, and then execute the body, and updating can be inside the body. Do while loop, do while first executes the body, and then the condition is checked is done. We have the body and the condition in the end of the loop. This is the difference between the entry-controlled loop and the exit-controlled loop. For loop. For loop in C programming language is a repetition control structure that allows programmers to write a loop that will be executed a specific number of times. For loop enables programmers to perform n number of steps together in a single line. This is the syntax of the for loop. We have the initialization or the initialized expression, text expression, and the update expression. And we have the body between the braces. For example, the initialization can be, for example, an integer, for example, integer x or integer I. Text expression, for example, I is less than or equal to n. And update expression is the I++, decrement or increment. In for loop, a loop variable is used to control the loop. Firstly, we initialize the loop variable with some value, then check its test condition. If the statement is true, then control will move to the body and the body of the loop will be executed. Steps will be repeated till the exit condition becomes true. If the test condition will be false, then it will stop. Now let's explain the syntax of the for loop, and let's start with the initialization expression. In this expression, we assigned a loop variable or loop counter to some value, for example, integer I. The test expression. In this expression, test conditions are performed. If the condition evaluates to true, then the loop body will be executed and then an update of the loop variable is done. If the test expression becomes false, then the control will exit from the loop. For example, of the test expression, I is less than to 5, for example. Update expression after execution of the loop, body loop variable is updated by some value. It could be increment or decrement, multiplied or division, divided by any value. For example, I++ or I minus. This is the decrement and increment. Now let's see an example about the for loop and the flow chart of the for loop. The flow chart with the for loop will start. We have the initialization expression and the test condition. If the test is true, we continue to the block statement. It will be executed, and we have the update expression. And it repeat till the condition is ended. If the condition is false, the program are stopped. Now look at this example about the for loop. We have include studio, integer main, integer I equal to 0. For we have the initialization I equal to 1. It's an integer. Here it's an integer. Test expression I is less than or equal to 10. And the update expression I++. Here I need to print hello world 10 times. This program will print for me hello world 10 times. The while loop. While loop does not depend on the number of iterations. The execution is terminated on the basis of the test condition. If the test condition will become false, then it will break from the while loop, else body will be executed. Let's see the syntax of the while loop. We have the initialization expression, while the test expression, and the body of the while loop, and finally we have the update expression. This is the syntax about the syntax of the while loop. We start with the initialize expression, for example, integer I equal to 0, while I is less than or equal to 10, the body of the loop, and finally I++ or I minus. This is the flow chart of the while loop. Here we start the loop. We have the test condition. If the test is false, the while loop is end. If the test is true, the body is executed, and we repeat the loop until the condition is end. Let's see an example about the while loop. We'll start with integer main, integer I equal to 2, I is less than to 10, and print hello world I++. This is an example about the while loop. Now the do while loop. The do while loop is similar to a while loop, but the only difference lies in the do while loop is the test condition, which is tested at the end of the body. In the do while loop, the loop body will execute at least one, irrespective of the test condition. Let's see the syntax. We start with the initialization expression, do, open the braces. We have the body of do while loop and the update expression, and we have the while text expression with a semicolon. Here's the semicolon in the while expression, test expression, is very important. This is the syntax of the do while loop, and this is the flow chart. Start the loop. We have the loop body, condition. If the condition is true, the program will be executed, and if it is false, the loop is end. Let's see an example about the do while loop. Here we have the initialization expression, I equal to 2, do, open the braces, the loop body start here. printf hello world, we have the update expression I++, and the while the expression and it ends with the semicolon. Now the loop control statements. Loop control statements in C programming language are used to change execution from its normal sequence. We have, for example, here break statement. The break statement is used to terminate the switch and loop statement. It transfers the execution to the statement immediately following the loop or switch. Continue statement skips the remainder body and immediately resets its condition before reiterating. Go to statement transfer the control to the label statement. This is the loop control statements in the C programming language. Now let's do this small exercise. We need to print coding realm 20 times using a for loop. In this exercise, we will start with include studio, integer main, and the for loop. In the for loop, I need to put first the initialization expression, integer, for example, I equal to 0, semicolon. This expression, I less than, I need to print 20 times, less than 20, semicolon also, and the update expression is I++. And I open the braces, and I put here the coding realm to print it 20 times. Let's write the code to see the result. Hashtag include studio.h integer main. Now let's put the for loop for initialization integer I equal to 0, I less than 20, I++, and printf coding realm. And finally return 0. Let's run the code to see the result, and this is our C program using the for loop to print coding realm 20 times. Exercise 1. Write a C program to print all natural numbers from 1 to n using for loop. In this problems, first I need to define n and I, the integer I and n, because I need to print all the numbers between 1 to n. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of n. For example, 10. I print all the natural number between 1 to 10. Third step, I need to print all this number. I need to use the for loop. The for loop is for, we have to initialize integer I. Here I, it starts from 1. Semicolon. I is less than or equal to n, because I need to print all the numbers between 1 to n, and I++. This is the for loop, and this is this problem structure. Let's see how to write the code, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main, open the braces, and let's declare integer I and n. Now printf enter any number scanf %d and n. Now I need to print all the numbers from 1 to n. Printf natural numbers from 1 to n and the semicolon. Now let's use the for loop to print the numbers for integer, or I declared the I here. I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to n, and I plus plus print all the numbers %d and I, and finally return 0. This is our C programs to print all the natural numbers from 1 to n using the for loop. First, I need to declare I and n. I need to tell the user to give me a value of n, and I need to use the for loop to print all the numbers. Now exercise 2, write a C program to print all the alphabets from A to Z using the while loop. First of all, I need to define the character. Character is a char character. Second step, I need to print all the alphabets from A to Z using the while loop. While loop is while we have a condition. The character here starts from A and end with Z. Here it's mean I need to print all the characters between A to Z. Open the braces. In the while loop, I need to print the alphabet print using the printf function and character plus plus. Let's write the code to see the solution, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. Let's define the character char ch equal to a, printf alphabets from A to Z are while the character is less than or equal to Z, printf %c because it's a character and ch, and finally ch plus plus, and the code is end with return 0. This is our C program to print all the alphabets from A to Z using the while loop. I need to define the character, and the character it starts from A and it ends with Z, and I print all the alphabets. Now the exercise number 3, write a C program to print the sum of natural numbers from 1 to n. First of all, I need to define or to declare the integer I, because I need to use the for loop. I need to define n and the sum. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of n, because I need to know from where to where I need to find the sum. Third step, I need to use the for loop to calculate the sum. For we have I equal to 1 and I is less than or equal to n and I plus plus. And here I need to calculate the sum. The sum plus equal to I. This line, it's mean sum is equal to sum plus I plus 1. For example, for the first one, or let's write the code to see the result, and we run the program. First, let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main integer I n and sum. Printf enter upper limit scanf %d and n. For the for loop now, I is equal to 1 because I need the numbers from 1 to n, and I is less than or equal to n, I plus plus. Now the sum plus equal to I and the printf sum of first natural number is equal to and the solution and sum. And finally, or the program, it ends with return 0. Here sum equals sum plus I, it's mean sum equal sum plus I. This is the C program to find the sum of natural number from 1 to n. First, I need to define the I, integer, the n, and the sum. I need to tell the user to give me a value of n, and I use the for loop to calculate the sum, and finally I print the sum on the screen. Now let's run the code to see the result and enter the upper limit, for example 10. This is the sum of the first 10 natural numbers, it's 55. Now the exercise number 4, I need to write a C program to print all the odd numbers from 1 to n. First, I need to define the I, because I need to use the for loop, I and n. Second step, like exercise 1 to 3, I need to tell the user to give me a value of n. And later I need to use the for loop for I is equal to 1, I is less than or equal to n, and I plus plus. With the for loop, I need to use the if statement. If statement here is used to find if the number is odd or even. If the number I is modulo 2 not equal to 0, the number is odd. And I print all the odd numbers from 1 to n. Let's write the code to see the result. And let's start with hashtag include integer main integer I n and printf print odd numbers till scanf %d and n. Printf all odd numbers from 1 to d are n. Now let's use the for loop to find the odd numbers and to print it on the screen. For I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to n, and I plus plus. Now the if statement, if I modulo 2 is not equal to 0, printf I need to print the number. And finally return 0. This is our C program to print all the odd numbers from 1 to n. I need to define I and n, the integer I and n. I need to tell the user to give me a value of n to know from where to where I need to print the odd numbers. And I use the for loop with the if statement to find the odd number and to print it. Here, if the number I modulo 2 is not equal to 0, I need to print this number because it's an odd number. Now let's run the code to see the result. And the odd number 10 till 10, for example, all numbers from 1 to 10 or odd number from 1 to 10 are 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Now the exercise 5, I need to print a C program to print the multiplication table of a given number. Here I need also to use the for loop. I need to declare the I, integer, and n, and the number n. I need to tell the user to give me n. N is the number to print the table. For example, n is equal to 5. I need to print the multiplication table of the number 5. Later, I need to use the for loop for here I is equal to 1 and I less than or equal to 10, because I need to print the multiplication table from 1 to 10, and I plus plus. And here I need to put the formula, for example, number time I is equal to and the solution. Let's write the code to see the result, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main, and let's declare the number I and n. Printf, let's tell the user to give me a value of n. Enter number to print table. Scanf, now let's write the for loop for I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 10, I plus plus. Printf modulo d time modulo d is equal to d. And n, I, and n time I. And finally return 0. This is our C program to print the multiplication table of a given number. First, I declared I and n. I tell the user to give me a value of n, and I use the for loop to print the multiplication table. Let's run the code to see the result. Enter a number, for example 2. This is the multiplication table of number 2. What is an array in C language? Array in C is one of the most used data structures in the C programming language. It is a simple and fast way of storing multiple values under a single name. An array in C is a fixed size collection of similar data items stored in a memory locations. It can be used to store a collection of primitive data types like the integer, character, and float, and also derived and user-defined data types such as pointer and structures. This is an array in C programming language. The array is like a table. It have a column. Each column have an array index. Start with 0 here and end with 5. And this is the array element. Each element have an index. Like here, the element 4 have an index 1. 12 have an index 3. This is the array in the C programming language. The array declaration. In C, when we have to declare the array like any other variable before using it, we can declare an array by specifying the name, type of the integer, type of the element, it can be integer, character, or float, and the size of this array. When we declare an array in C, the compiler allocates the memory block of the specified size of the array name. Look at the syntax of the array declaration. First, we have the data type. If the array contain characters, integer, float number. Second, we have the array name. For example, integer a or integer x, integer y. And we have the size of the array. Here in this array, the size is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. This size. Or the second way to declare the array, when we have the array in multi-dimension, we put the size 1, size 2, and size 3 for the size n. N is the number of the dimension. This is how to declare the array in C programming language. We need to see this in the example. Now this is the array. Here the array have the name ARR and a size 5 equal to 5. Size of this array is 5. This array is in memory allocated. Here we have the array element and the array index. Now let's see this example to show how to declare an array in C programming language. We have the data type, here integer, array name is ARR integer, and the size is 5. The second array, it's contain character, data type is here character, array name is ARR char, and we have the size of this array is 5. Okay guys, now let's talk about the C array initialization. Initialization in C is the process to assign some initial value to the variable. When the array is declared or allocated memory, the element of the array contains some garbage, so we need to initialize the array. There are a multi-way to initialize an array. First way, we have an array initialization with declaration. With declaration, we have the syntax like here. First, we put the data type, like for example, data type. For example, an integer. Array name, array. With the size, this array contain, for example, 4 elements. Is equal to, let's give this array 4 elements. We put the element between the braces. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is an array integer. It contains 4 elements, 1, 2, 3, 4. The first element is 1. The index of this element is 0. The second element is 2. The index of this element is 1. The third element is 3. The index of this element is 2. Now, the second way, we can initialize an array with declaration, without size. Like this, for example, integer a also. I don't need to put a size here. This array contain 1, 2, 3, 4. Also 4 element like 1. But I don't put the size here. And the third way to initialize an array is using the for loop. Like this also. To put for, we have a condition. Integer, for example, I is equal to 0. I is less than to n. and I++. And we open the braces and we put the array name I here is the size of this array equal to value. This is how to initialize an array with three ways. We can initialize the array with declaration but without size, and using the for loop. Initialization with declaration. In this method, we initialize the array along with its declaration. We use initializer list to initialize multiple elements of the array. Initialized list is the list of a value closed with the braces separated by a comma. Like here, this is the syntax: data type, array name, size, value 1, value 2, value n. Second way, array initialization with declaration without size. The size of the array in this case is equal to the number of the elements present in the initializer list, as the compiler can automatically deduce the size of the array. And the third way is array initialization after declaration using loops. We can use for loop, while loop, or do while loop to assign the value of each element of the array. Here we have for integer I equal to 0, I is less than to n, I++, and here is the size, array name, I, and value I. Now the access array element. We can access any element of the array in C using the array subscript operator and the index value I of the element. Like the syntax here, we have the array name and the index. For example, A5. Like here, the first element, the index of the first element is 0, and the array name here is ARR. The access array element is ARR0. In this element, element number 4, the array name is the array variable name is ARR, and the index is 3. And the last element have the index 5. The access array element here is ARR5. Note that one thing to note is that the indexing in the array always starts with 0. It means the first element is at the index 0 and the last element is n minus 1. Here the element 6 element, n equal to 6. 6 minus 1 is 5, where n is the number of the element of the array. This is how to access an array element. We put the array index with the array variable, like here. This is an example. We have here an array, declaration, it's an integer, contain 5 elements. Here the access element, we put R, ARR, array name, and the index number 2, 0, 1, 2, it's 35. The array index 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 55, and the array index 0 is 50. Now update array element. We can update the value of the element at the given index I in a similar way to accessing an element by using the array subscript operator and the assignment operator. The syntax is array name I equal to the new value. This is how to update the array element. We put the array name I, the index, and the new value. Now the one-dimension array. The one-dimension array, also known as 1D array in C, are those arrays that have only one dimension. The syntax of this array is array name and the size. This is the array of one dimension. It contains one table. And this is an example of the array of one dimension. Array is contain one table, one column, and have 5 elements. But two-dimension array of two dimension or 2D array in C is an array that has exactly 2 dimensions. They can be visualized in front of rows and columns organized in a 2-dimensional plan. This is the syntax of the array in 2 dimensions. We have size 1 and size 2. Also like this example. Now let's do this exercise. Write a C program to declare, initialize, and input element in array. Let's see how to solve this problem. First, let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main. First of all, I need to declare the array. Here the array is an integer, contain an integer array a, and the size. I don't need to put the size now. Put the size. The user put the size himself. Second step, I need to define I and m, and here the size of the array. Second step, I need to input array size. I need to give a size of this array by the user. Let's tell the user to give me a size of this array using the printf function. Printf enter size of this array. Scanf %d because it's an integer, and n. The first step, input element size, is done. The user give me a size of this array. Second step, I need to input the element in this array. Input element in this array. Printf also. I need to tell the user to give me an element. Enter element in the array. I need to use here the for loop. For I equal to 0, the index starts with 0, and I is less than n, and I plus plus. Scanf %d okay. Here in these lines, I give the array an element entered by the user. Now, second step, I need to print the element of this array. Let's see how to print all elements of this array. printf also elements in array are for I equal to 0, I also less than to n, and I plus plus. Here also printf %d and array name with size. And finally return 0. This is a C program to declare, initialize, input elements in this array. In the second step, I need to define the array with the size. I need to tell the user to give me a size of this array, and I need to tell the user also to give me an element of this array. And finally, I need to print the array on the screen. Exercise 1. Write a C program to print all the negative elements in an array. In this question, in this problem, first of all, I need to declare the array. It's an integer array, and the array have a size. Second step, I need to define I, because I need to use the for loop, and I need to define the size of this array. It's n. Later, I need to tell the user to give me the size of the array using the printf and scanf. Next step, I need to use the for loop to input elements in the array. For I is equal to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus. In the for loop, I need to use also the if statement to find the negative element in this array. If the array is less than 0, I need to print this element because it's a negative element. And finally, it returns 0. Let's write all the code to see the result. So let's start first. Hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. First, let's declare the array and I and the size. Integer array size, integer I and n. Now let's input size of the array. Printf, enter size of the array scanf %d and n. Now let's input the element in this array. Input element of this array. Printf element or enter element in array. Scanf, also %t because it's an integer. Or no, here we don't need to put %t. Enter element in this array. In the scanf, I need to put the scanf in the for loop. Let's put here the for loop for I equal to 0, I less than to n, and I plus plus. Now let's put the scanf %d and the array I here is the size or the index. Now I need to print all the negative element in this array. Printf all negative elements in this array are let's use here also the for loop second time, and in the for loop here I need to use the if statement. For I equal to 0, I is less than to n, and I plus plus. Open the braces and let's use the if statement here. If the array is less than to 0, the element is negative. Printf %d array I. Here to find, I used if to find if the element is negative or not. And finally, return 0. This is our C program using the array, the arrays to print all the negative elements in this array. First of all, I define the array and the size of this array. Second, I need to tell the user to give me a size of this array, and I tell him to put the element of this array. Later, I use the for loop and the if statement to find if the array is the element of this array is negative or not. If the element is negative, I need to print it on the screen. Exercise 2. Write a C program to find the sum of the array elements. So first of all, like the exercise 1, I need to define the array with the size. I need to define also integer I need to define n, the size, and the sum. Next step, I need to tell the user to give me the size of this array, and I need to tell him also to input the element on this array. Later, and the last step, I need to use the for loop to add each array element to sum. I need to use this code. I need to write for I equal to 0 and I is less than to size n and I plus plus, and I need to use this formula, sum equal sum plus array I here is the size of the index, sorry, for the element. It starts with 0 and ends with n plus n minus 1. The index starts with 0 to n minus 1. For example, if I have an array that contains 5 elements, the index of the first element is 0 and the index of the last element is 5 minus 1 is 4. Let's write the code, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h integer main and open the braces. Let's define the array and let's define integer I, n, and the sum. Now let's input size of the array and printf. Let's tell the user to give me the size. Enter the size of this array. Scanf %d and m. Now let's input elements in this array. Input element on this array. Printf also. Enter elements in the array. Now I need to put this scanf on the for loop for I equal to 0, I less than n, and I plus plus. Scanf %d and array I. Now let's add each array element to sum. And let's use the for loop to calculate the sum of the element for I equal to 0, I less than n, and I plus plus. Sum equal sum plus array with the index. Here we can put another formula to the sum. We can write, for example, sum plus plus equal to array with the index. It's the same. This formula is the same of this. And finally, printf sum of all elements of array is equal to %d sum. Here I print the sum on the screen and finally return 0. This is our C program to find the sum of the array element. First, I need to define the array, the size, and the sum. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the size of this array, and I need to tell him to give me to input the elements of this array. And later, I need to find the sum using the for loop, and I print it on the screen. Now let's see how this formula works. This, I need to give you an example to see how the for or sum equal to sum plus array work. I need to give you an example. I need to give you an array. This array have this element 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I need to calculate to use this formula. First step, he calculate sum equal 0 plus the array with the first index 0. It's mean why we start in 0, because in the for loop I start I equal to 0, I is less than to the size. I start with 0, and the array with the index 0, I start with the first element in this array. It's equal to 0 plus 1 is equal to 1. Second one is sum equal to 0, now 1 plus the array with the index 1 is equal to 1 plus the array that have the index 1 is 2. It's 1 plus 2 equal to 3. Now sum equal to 0, 1. Now I equal to 3 plus the array that have the index 2 is equal to 3 plus the array that have the index 2 is 3 is equal to 6. And finally sum equal to 6 plus the array that have the index 3 is equal to 6 plus array that have index 3 is 4 is equal to 10. This is how this formula works. It starts with the index 0 and ends with the index n minus 1. Now exercise 3, write a C program to find the maximum and minimum in an array. First of all, like all the exercise, I need to declare the array, the size, the maximum, minimum, and the size of this array. Integer array size. I need to declare the maximum, minimum, I and the size. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the size of this array, and I need to tell him to input the array elements. Later, I need to find the maximum and the minimum. I need to use the for loop. For I equal to 1, I start here with 1. I less than size and I plus plus. And I need to use in the for loop the if statement. If the array with the index I is greater than maximum, the maximum is the array I. And if the array I is less than to minimum, the minimum is equal to array I, and later I need to print the maximum and the minimum on the screen. Let's write the code to show how to find the maximum and minimum, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h and integer main. Now let's define the array integer I, max, min, and size. Now input the array size, printf, enter the size of the array, scanf %d and size. Now let's input the array element. Printf, enter the element of this array, and I need to use the for loop, and I need to put the scanf in the for loop. For I equal to 0, I is less than to size, and I plus plus. Scanf %d and array with the index I. Now I need to tell the compiler that the first element in the array is a maximum and minimum, like this. First element as maximum and minimum. Max is equal to array that have the index 0, and the minimum also Now let's find the maximum and the minimum. Using the for loop and the if statement. Let's start with the for. For I equal to 1, I less than size, and I plus plus. Now the if array with the index I is greater than maximum, the maximum is the array that have the index I. I find the maximum, now let's find the minimum. Also, I need to use the if statement to find the minimum. If the array with the index I is less than to minimum, minimum is equal to array that have the index I. Now let's print the maximum and the minimum. Printf maximum element is equal to %d and max. Printf the same for the minimum. Minimum element is equal to %d minimum, and finally return 0. This is our C program to find the maximum and minimum in an array. First, I need to define the array and the size. I need to define the maximum and minimum. I need to tell the user to give me the array size and to input the array element. Later, I need to find the maximum and minimum using the for loop and the if statement. And finally, I need to print the result on the screen. Write a C program to count the even and the odd element in an array. First of all, I need to define the array with the size. Next, I need to define the size, the even, odd, and the I integer. Later, I need to tell the user to give me the size and to input the element of this array. Later, I need to find the even and the odd element using the for and the if statement. Using the for loop, I need to put I is equal to 0, I less than size, and I plus plus. And if the array with the index I modulo 2 is equal to 0, the element is even. And else, the element is odd. And finally, I need to print the solution on the screen. Let's write the code to see the result, and let's start with hashtag include studio integer main and open the braces. Now let's declare the array and the size and the even and odd. Integer array with size, integer I, odd, and even. And also we have the size. Now let's input size of the array. Printf enter the size of the array. The size of the array. Scanf and %d because it's an integer. and size. Now input the array element. Input array element. Printf enter the element for I equal to 0, I less than size, I plus plus. Scanf %d and array with the index I. Now, like the exercise 3, I need to put the 0 is the even and the odd element. Even element is equal to 0. And the odd element also is equal to 0. Now let's use the for loop and the if statement to find the odd and the even element. For I equal to 0, I less than size, and I plus plus. If the array that have the index I modulo 2 is equal to 0, here the number or the element is even. Now else the number is odd. Now let's print the even elements and the odd elements on the screen. Printf total even elements %d and even. Printf also total odd element is also %d and odd. And finally return 0. And this is our C program to find the even and the odd element in an array. First I need to define the array, the size, the odd and even. I need to tell the user to give me the size and the array elements. And finally, I need to use the for loop and the if-else statement to find if the number is even or odd. And finally, I need to print it on the screen. What is a strings? A strings in the C programming language is a sequence of characters terminated with the null character. Null character is the /0. The C strings is stored as an array of characters. A string is an ordered sequence of characters enclosed in the double quotation, like here, double quotation marks, and it is a part of the standard library. Here we have an example about the C strings. The strings like the array have the index and a name of the strings and the element. Here the strings start with data type. Here it's a character, the string name, str, and the element geeks is between the double quotation marks. Now what is the difference between a character array and a C strings? The difference is that the strings in C terminated with a unique character /0. Now, how to declare a C strings? Declaring a string in C language is as simple as declaring a one-dimension array. Below is the basic syntax of declaring a string. First, it starts with character. Data type is a character. We put the string name and the size of the strings. Like, for example, character str and the size is 10. Like here, character str name of the string and the element of the strings. Here I don't put the size of the strings. In the above syntax, string name is any name given to the string variable, and size is used to define the length of the strings. It means the number of characters that will store. There is an extra termination character in the null character /0 used to indicate the termination of a string that different strings form normal character array. Look, for example, of this example. We have character str and the size is 10. And I need to put, for example, to print hello /0. /0 is the unique character. It means the string is terminated here. This is the importance of the null character /0. It indicates that the string is terminated here. Now the string's initialization. A string in C can be initialized in a different ways. Like here we have 4 ways to initialize a strings in C programming language. First, we can assign a string without the size. Like here, I don't put the size. Here, the name of the string str acts as a pointer because it is an array. Second way is assign a string with a predefined size. For example, I can put the size here, like here, 15 and more. Can put it also 16. But the element of this strings is not equal to the size. Here we should always account for one extra space which will be assigned to the null character. If we want to store a string of size n, then we should always declare a string with a size equal to greater than n plus 1. Third way is assign character by character with the size. Like here, I don't put all the word like here code green. I put character by character and it ends with the null character. We should remember to set the end characters as the null character, which is like this example here. We have the data type, string name, the size, and I put the element character by character. And last way to define or to initialize a string in the C programming language is character by character without the size. Like here, like this example. And it's very important to put the null character in the end of the strings. This is the 4 ways to initialize a string in the C programming language. We need to use this in the example in the next video. Here I have a small note. When a sequence of characters enclosed in the double quotation marks is encountered by the compiler, a null character is appeared at the end of the string by default. Now let's make a small examples about the strings in the C programming language. In this example, I need to declare, initialize strings, and I need to print the strings on the screen. First of all, like all the C program, I need to put include studio.h. Here, I need to work with a string. I need to put also include string.h. When I need to work with a string, I need to put this line in hashtag include string.h. And the integer main. And now let's start our example. First of all, I need to declare and initialize string. First of all, I need to put the data type. It's a character. When I need to work with a string, I need the data type is character. The string name is str. I don't need to put the size, equal to hello. Here I declared and I initialize the string. Now let's print the string. Print the string. And I need to use the printf function. Printf percentage s, because here it's a string, percentage s, and str, the name of the string. Now I need to declare the length of the string. Integer length is equal to 0. Here I declare the length. The length is equal to strlen str. Now let's display the length of the string and printf length of the string. Str is percentage d length. And finally return 0. This is a C strings example to declare and initialize the string and print the string on the screen. We can see in this example that the strings can be printed using a normal printf statements, just like we print any other variable. Unlike the arrays, we do not need to print a string character by character. The C language does not provide an inbuilt data type for the strings, but it has an access specifier %s, like here in the printf function, which can be used to print and read strings directly. Now let's see how to read strings input from the user. First of all, I need to put hashtag include studio, hashtag include string, and integer main. Now in first step, let's declare a string. Like the array and the other lecture, we start with the data type. Here it's a character because I work with a string. Str. Here I need to put a size, for example 14. For example, str here I need to put a size 20, for example, or 14. Now, next step, I need to read string. To read the string, I need to use the scanf function. scanf %s, because here I need to read a string, and str, the name of the string. Last step, I need to print the string. To print the string, I need to use the printf function. Printf, also %s, str, and finally return 0. This is how to read the string input from the user. Also, we need to see this in the example and exercise in the next videos. So first of all, I need to declare a string like this, the syntax, data type, name of the string, and the size. I need to read the string using the scanf function and print it using the printf Exercise 1. Write a C program to convert the lowercase string to uppercase. First of all, like other exercise, I need to declare the strings. First of all, the data type. The string is a character, char. The string name is str. And the size. This is the first step. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me the text, enter the text using the printf function. Second, I need to use str upper. It helped me, this function helped me to convert the string to uppercase. And finally, I need to print the solution on the screen. Let's see how to write the code. And let's start our program with hashtag include iostream. Studio.h. iostream is for the C++ language, and hashtag include strings.h. Now in teacher main, and let's start our code, and let's define the strings. Char, str, the size. Now let's input a string from user. I need to tell the user to give me a character or a text to put it on this string. I need to use the printf function. Printf, enter the text. And gets str. Now let's use the str upper. Str upper str is used to convert to uppercase. And finally, let's print the solution on the screen. Printf uppercase string %s, because it's a string, and str. And finally, return 0. This is our C program to convert the lowercase string to uppercase using the str upper. First, I declared the string. I tell the user to give me a value of this strings, and finally I convert it to uppercase and print the solution on the screen. Now exercise 2. I need to write a C program to find the total number of alphabets, digits, or special character in a string. First of all, like other exercise, we need to declare the strings using the char and str and the size. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of the strings. Next step, I need to use the while loop and the if else statement to check the total numbers of alphabets, digits, and characters. I need to put the while loop with a condition, and in the while loop I need to put the if statement also we have a condition. Here I have three conditions. First condition for the alphabet, else as if, with a new condition for the digits, and else for the other characters and digits, etc. And finally, I need to print the number of alphabets on the screen, the number of digits, and the number of characters. Let's write the code to see the result, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h and hashtag include strings integer main, and I open the braces. Let's declare the strings using the char data type, str, and size. Now let's declare the alphabet, digits, and character. Integer alphabet, digits, and other. It can be character or other types, and I. Now I need to put that alphabets equal to 0, digits equal to 0, and other equal to 0, and I equal to 0. Alphabets is equal to digits equal to other equal to I is equal to 0. Now the first step is done. Now let's tell the user to give me any strings. Printf enter any string. Now the get str. Now I need to check each character for alphabets, digits, or special character. Let's start with the while loop. While the condition here is if the str I is not equal to /0, the /0 is the null character. It indicates that the strings is ended here. Okay. Now let's open the braces and I need to put here the if, else, else statement. If, with a new condition here, if the str I, if the string is greater than a, and str I less than or equal to z, less than or equal to z, or the str I is greater than or equal to a, big A, and the str I is less than or equal to z, here it's an alphabet. It's an alphabet. Now let's put the else if for the digits. Else if the str I is greater than or equal to 0, and the str I is less than or equal to 9, here it's a digits plus plus. And finally else for the other character, other plus plus. And here I plus plus. Now I need to print the number of alphabets, digits, and other characters on the screen. Printf alphabets is equal to %d and alphabet. Printf digits is equal to %d /n digits. And finally printf special character is equal to %d and other. And finally return 0. This is our C program to find the total numbers of alphabets, digits, and other characters. First, I declared the string and the alphabets, digits, and others. I tell the user to give me a string, and using the while and if else statement, I checked each characters of strings for alphabets, digits, and special character. Now exercise 3, I need to write a C program to count the total numbers of vowels and consonants. First, I need to define the string, and I need to tell the user to give me any strings. Second, I need to use the for loop. for with a condition for the size of the string, and in the for loop I need to use the if and else if else statement to find if the number is vowel or consonant. And finally I need to print the number of vowels and the number of consonants on the screen. Let's start with hashtag include studio.h and hashtag include string. Integer main, and I open the braces. Now let's start with declare the strings char, str, and the size. Integer I, the length, vowel, and consonant. Now let's tell the user to give me any strings. Enter any string. And get str. Now the vowel is equal to 0, consonant also equal to 0, and the length is equal to str length str. It's a function str. We need to see this line. Well, I need to explain about the function in the C programming language. Now let's start with the for loop to check if the number is consonant or a vowel. So if the letter is consonant or vowel. And for I is equal to 0, I is less than length, and I plus plus. Now if the str I greater than or equal to a, and str I is less than or equal to z, or stri is greater than or equal to a, and stri less than or equal to z. Now let's use the if statement to check if it is a vowel or it is a consonant. If the str I is equal to a, or str I is equal to e, and or str I is equal to I, or the str I is equal to o, or also the str I is equal to u. Or the str I is equal to A, or the str I is equal to E, or the str I is equal to I, or the str is equal to O, and the str I is equal to U. It's a vowel. If the number is A, the letter is A, E, I, O, U, it's a vowel. Else, it's mean if the number is not, if the letter is not A, E, I, O, U, it's a consonant. And now let's print the value on the screen. Printf total number of vowel %d vowel, and printf total number of consonant and finally return 0. This is our C program to check if the letter is consonant or a vowel. Are one of the core components of the C programming language. A pointer can be used to store the memory address of other variables, functions, or even other pointers. The use of the pointers allows low-level memory access, dynamic memory allocation, and many other functionality in the C programming language. A pointer is defined as a derived data type that can store the address of other C variables or a memory location. We can access and manipulate the data stored in that memory location using pointers. As the pointers in C store the memory addresses, their size is independent of the type of data they are pointing to. This size of pointers in C only depends on the system architecture. Now let's see the C pointers syntax. The syntax of pointer is similar to the variable declaration in the C language, but we use here the differencing operator. This is the differencing operator, the star, and this is how to declare a variable. First of all, we put the data type, integer, character, float, etc. Second, we put the differencing operator and the PTR or the pointer name. PTR is the name of the pointer and the data type is the type of data it is pointing to. It can be integer, character, or float, etc. This syntax is used to define a pointer to a variable. We can also define pointers to function, pointers to structure, etc. Now, how to use the pointers? In C language, we use the pointers in C can divide it into three steps. First of all, pointer declaration, pointer initialization, and pointer dereferencing. First of all, let's start with the pointer declaration. In pointer declaration, we only declare the pointer but do not initialize it. To declare a pointer, we use the dereference operator, the star, before its name, like this example, integer, data type, star, and the pointer name. The pointer declared here will point to some random memory access as it is not initialized. Such pointers are called wild pointer. Here the data type is an integer and the pointer name is ptr. Second, let's go to the pointer initialization. Pointer initialization is the process where we assign some initial value of the pointer variable. We generally use the ampersand or the and, this operator, address-of operator to get the memory address of a variable and then store it in the pointer variable. Let's see this example. First of all, we have I need to declare the variable, integer variable is equal to 10. Second, let's declare the pointer, integer ptr, and the ptr has the value of the variable, it's 10. When I write this and I use this operator, it's mean the ptr, the pointer, get the value of the variable here, it's 10. We can also declare and initialize the pointer in a single step. This method is called pointer definition, as the pointer is declared and initialized at the same time. Look how. I need to write this 3 lines in one line. In this line, I need to declare and initialize the pointer in the same time. I need to write integer ptr equal to address of the var. This method is called pointer definition, as the pointer is declared and initialized at the same time. Now guys, let's see the types of the pointers. First type, here we have 4 types. Let's start with the first type, integer pointer. As the name suggests, these are the pointers that point the integer value. We start with the data type here, it's an integer, and the pointer name. These pointers are pronounced as pointer to integer. Similarly, a pointer can point to any primitive data type. It can also point to derived data types such as arrays, user-defined data types such as structures. This is the integer pointer. We have the data type here, it's an integer, and the pointer name. The second type is the array pointer. The array pointer are closely related to each other, the pointers and the array. Even the array name is the pointer to its first element. They are also known as pointers to array. We can create a pointer to an array using the given syntax. We put character here. We need to work with the character data type, the pointer name, and the array name. This is the syntax of array pointer. Now the function pointer. Function pointers point to the functions. They are different from the rest of the pointers in the sense that instead of pointing to the data, they point to the code. Let's consider function prototype integer func, integer character, etc. The function pointer for this function will be like this: integer. First of all, the data type here is an integer, the pointer name, and integer also, and the character. This is the syntax of the function pointer. We need to see this in next video in the examples, how to write the function pointers. In the first parenthesis, we put the pointer's name, and in the second parenthesis, we put the data type of the variable and the character. Finally, the null pointer. The null pointers are those pointers that do not point to any memory location. They can be created by assigning a null value to the pointer. A pointer to any type can be assigned the null value. This is the syntax of the null value. First syntax, we put the data type, the pointer name equal to null, or we put the pointer name equal to null. This is the two methods to assign a null pointer. And this is the type of pointer that I need to use when I need to solve a problems in the next video. Now let's make a small exercise to talk about the C program or the pointer arithmetic in the C language. Here I need to write a C program to illustrate the pointer arithmetic. First of all, I need to start with hashtag include studio.h and integer main. First of all, let's declare an array with first step. I declare an array. It's an integer v3 is equal to 10 100. Now let's declare the pointer. Declare pointer variable. It's an integer data type, and ptr. I declared an array and I declared the pointer variable. Now let's assign the address of the v that have the v0, this is v0, to ptr. It's mean assign the address of v0 to ptr. It's ptr equal to v. Let's use the for loop to assign the address of v0 to ptr. For integer I is equal to 0, I is less than to 3, I plus plus. Now let's print value at address which is stored in ptr. I need to use the printf value of ptr is equal to %d because it's an integer, and ptr. And finally ptr plus plus. This is a C program to illustrate the pointer arithmetic. We start with declaring an array. Second step, I need to declare a pointer variable. And next, I need to assign the address of V0 to a pointer. Exercise 1. Write a C program to create, initialize, and use pointer variable. In this exercise, first of all, I need to define a variable, integer variable, or number, or anything. Second step, I need to define a pointer. To define a pointer, first of all, I need to put the data type, it's an integer, and the pointer name ptr. Second step, I need to store the address of the number to pointer type. To store the address of a number to pointer type, I need to use this formula, ptr is equal to address, the and sign is mean the address of the pointer, let's write the code. First of all, we start with include studio.h and integer main. Integer number here equal to 10, for example. Integer ptr. First step is done. Now let's store the address of number to pointer type. ptr is equal to num, address of. Now let's print the result on the screen using the printf function. Printf address of number is equal to printf the value of number is equal to now printf the address of pointer is equal to the value of pointer is equal also %d ptr. And finally printf value bounded by ptr is equal to %d ptr. And all the C program finished with return 0. This is our C program to create, initialize, and use pointer variable. Exercise 2. Write a C program to add two numbers using pointers. First of all, we need to define the number, two number, integer, for example x and y. I need to define the sum, and I need to define integer pointer 1 and pointer 2. Pointer 1 and pointer 2. Second step, I need to store the address of the pointer number 1 and the pointer number 2. It's mean ptr equal the address of the number. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me two numbers. And later I need to calculate the sum using this formula. Sum equal the value of ptr1 plus the value of the pointer 2. This two value is entered by the user. And finally, I need to print the solution on the screen. Now I need to give you a small note. When I write this, the AND sign with the PTR, it means the address of pointer. That's why I use the star PTR. It's mean the value of pointer. This is the difference between these two lines. Now let's write the code. We'll start with hashtag include studio.h integer main. Now integer number 1, number 2, and sum. Integer the value of ptr1, the value of ptr2, and now let's store the address of the number 1. ptr1 is equal to the address of number 1, and the same of ptr2 is equal to the address of number 2. Now let's tell the user to give me two numbers. Printf, enter any two numbers. Scanf, %d, ptr1, ptr2. Now let's calculate the sum. Sum equal the value of ptr1 plus the value of ptr2, and let's print the sum on the screen using the printf function. Printf sum is equal to %d sum, and finally return 0. This is our C program to add two numbers using pointers. First, I need to declare the two numbers, the sum, and the pointer 1 and pointer 2. Second, I need to tell the user to give me a value of this two pointer. Second step, I need to calculate the sum using this formula. Sum equal the value of pointer 1 plus the value of pointer 2. And finally, I need to print the sum on the screen. Exercise 3. Write a C program to input and print array element using pointer. In this exercise, I need to use the array with the pointer. First, I need to define an array with the size. I need to define a pointer. And second step, I need to tell the user to give me a size of the array. And I need to use the for loop to enter the element in this array. This is the first step. Later, I need to put the array element and print it on the screen. First of all, we start with hashtag include studio.h integer main. Let's declare the array integer array element with size. Second, integer n, I, and finally I need to declare the pointer. integer, the value of pointer, here equal to array. It's mean pointer to array 0, the first element of the array. The value of the pointer is equal to the first element of the array. Now I need to tell the user to give me a size of this array. Printf enter size of array. Scanf %d Now I need to enter the elements in this array. Printf enter element in array. I need here to use the for loop for I equal to 0, I is less than the size n, and I plus plus. Here, the address of the ptr I is equal to array to the address of array I. And scanf %t the address of ptr I. Now let's print the array element. Printf array element for I equal to 0, I less than n, I plus plus. Printf %d and ptr I. And finally return 0. This is our C program to input and print array elements using pointers. Now the exercise 4, I need to write a C program to find the maximum number between two numbers using pointers. First of all, I need to define the value of ptr1 and the value of the ptr2. Second step, I need to tell the user to give me a value of number 1 and a value of number 2. Second, I need to use the if statement to find the maximum if the ptr1 greater than the value of ptr2 here the maximum is ptr1 at the maximum, and else the maximum is ptr2. Let's try the code to see the result, and we start with hashtag include studio integer main and open the braces, integer ptr1 and integer ptr2. First step, I need to tell the user to give me the first value, the first number. input the first number. Scanf %t ptr1. Now printf input the second number. Scanf %d ptr2. Now printf find the maximum number between two numbers. Now let's use the if statement to compare these two numbers and to find the maximum. If the value of ptr1 greater than the value of ptr2, printf is the maximum. Here the maximum is ptr1. Else printf %d is the maximum. We add the value of ptr2. And finally, return 0. This is our C program to find the maximum number using pointer. What is a function in the C programming language? A function in C is a set of statements that, when called, perform some specific task. The programming statements of a function are enclosed within a braces, having certain meaning and performing certain operations. The syntax of function can be divided into three aspects: the function declaration, the function definition, and the function calls or the call functions. First of all, let's start with the function declaration. In a function declaration, we must provide the function name, its return type, and the number of type of its parameter a. A function declaration tells the compiler that they're in a function with a given name defined somewhere else in a program. This is the syntax of a function declaration. First, you put the data type, the return type, like the integer, float, etc., the name of the function, parameter 1 and parameter 2. Look at this example. First, we have the return type. Here is an integer. The function name is a sum. The first parameter have the data type, it's an integer, and the name is A. And the second parameter is B. And finally, we put the semicolon in the end of the statement. This is the syntax of the declaration of a function. The return type, the name of the function, parameter 1, parameter 2. A function in C must always be declared globally before calling it. Now let's talk about the function definition. The function definition consists of actual statements which are executed when the function is called. It means when the program controller comes to the function. A C function is generally defined and declared in a single step because the function definition always starts with the function declaration, so we do not need to declare explicitly. This is the syntax of a function definition. First, we put the return type. Like this example here, it's an integer. Function name, here the function name is heating. Parameter 1 and type with the parameter name. Here, the parameter here is a void. Here I have one parameter, not two parameters. We can put a second parameter. And we put the statement or the body of the function. And finally, the return 0. This is the function definition. First, we have the header, return type, function name, and the parameters. In the header, we don't need to put the semicolon. Like here in the declaration, it's very important to put the semicolon because the program because when I don't put the semicolon in the declaration, the program gives me an error. But here I don't need, in the function definition, I don't need, it's not very important to put the semicolon. Now let's talk about the call functions. A function call is a statement that instructs the compiler to execute the function. We use the function name and parameters in the function call. Look at this example, how to work the function in the C programming language. First, I need to put the function definition. The data type here is integer. Function name is sum. Parameter 1 is A, parameter 2 is B, and I need to find the sum of A plus B. Return A plus B, the sum. Second step, I need to put the main function. In the main function, I need to define the sum, and I need to give a value for A and a value for B. The value of A is 10, the value of B is 13, and I need to print the sum on the screen and finally return 0. Here, integer add equal to sum, 10, 13 here in this line in red. It's a function call. In this example, the first sum function is called and 10 and 13 are passed to the sum function. After the function call, sum of A and B is returned as and control is also returned back to the main function of the program. This is how to use the call function in the C programming language. Now the function return type. Function return type tells what type of value is returned after all function is executed. When we don't want to return a value, we can use the void data type. Here we have an example. First, we have the data type integer, function, parameter 1 and parameter 2. The above function will return an integer value after running statements inside the function. Only one value can be returned from a C function. When we need to return a multiple value, we need to use the pointers. Now the function argument. Function argument, also known as the function parameters, are the data that is passed to a function. This is an example. First, we have the integer, function name, integer variable 1, and integer variable 2. We have 4 conditions of return type and argument. First, the function with no argument and no return value. Function with no argument and with return value. And the function with argument and with no return value. And finally, function with arguments and with return value. To know more about the function arguments, subscribe to my channel, and I need to solve problems about that in the next video. Now guys, let's see how does the function work in the C programming language. First of all, we need to declare a function. Declaring a function is a step where we declare a function. Here we define the return types and parameter to the function. 2. Defining a function. 3. Calling the function. Calling the function is a step where we call the function by passing the arguments in a function. 4. Executing the function is a step where we can run all the statements inside the function to go to the final result. And finally, 5. Returning a value is a step where the calculated value after the execution of the function is returned. This is how the function works in the C programming language. Now let's talk about the types of the function. In the C programming language, we have two types of a function: the user-defined function and the library function. The library function is also referred to as a built-in function. A compiler package already exists that contains these functions, each of which has a specific means and is included in the package. Built-in functions have the advantage to being directly usable without being defined. For example, we have the function power, sqrt, strcopy, etc. The advantage of the C library function: first, the C library functions are easy to use. 2. The C library functions save a lot of time. It's mean the function development time. And the C library functions are convenient as they always work. This is the importance of the library function. Now let's see the user-defined function. The functions that the programmer creates are known as the user-defined function or the tailor-made functions. User-defined functions can be improved and modified according to the need of the programmer. Whenever we write a function that is case-specific and is not defined in many header files, we need to declare and define our own functions according to the syntax. The advantage of the user-defined function is the function can be modified per need. The code of this function is reusable in other programs. These functions are easy to understand because it's defined by the program. Now let's talk about the passing parameters to a functions. The data passed when the function is being invoked is known as the actual parameter. In this program, or in this example, 10 and 13 are known as actual parameters. Formal parameters are the variable and the data type as mentioned in function declaration. In the below example, A and B are known as a formal parameters. We can pass argument to the C function in two ways. First way is passed by value and second way is passed by reference. Now let's talk about the pass by value. Parameter passing in this method copy value from the actual parameter into formal function parameter. As a result, any changes made inside the functions do not refer in the caller parameter. First of all, here I need to start with hashtag include studio.h, and I need here to declare a function. First of all, I need to put the data type, the void swap integer. Parameter 1 is variable 1, and integer variable 2. And I open the braces and I put integer temp equal to var 1. Here I need to swap this to the value of this two variable. Variable 1 is equal to variable 2, and variable 2 is equal to temp. This is in the passed by value. And here I put the integer main. And I put the value, I give a value of the variable 1. Variable 1 is equal, for example, to 3. Variable 2 is equal to 2. And I printf before swap is %d variable 1 and variable 2. Here I need to put swap the function swap variable 1 and variable 2, and the printf after swap variable 1 variable 2 and return 0. This is the passed by value. I define the temp variable 1 is equal to variable 2 and variable 2 is equal to temp. Now the passed by reference. The caller actual parameter and the function actual parameter refer to the same locations, so any changes made inside the function are reflected in the caller actual parameter. Here, I need to use the pointer. For example, here, void swap integer 1, I need to put here the asterisk. And the same here. Integer temp, also here I need to put it. And here, also here and here. This is the difference between the passed by reference and the passed by value. Now let's talk about the advantages of the functions in C. Functions in C is highly useful feature of the C with many advantages mentioned below. First, the function can reduce the repetition of the same statement in the program. 2. The function makes code readable by providing modally in our program. 3. There is no fixed number of calling functions. It can be called as many times as you want. 4. The function reduces the size of the program. And finally, the function is declared. When the function is declared, you can just use it without thinking about the internal working of the function. This is the advantage of the C function. But the disadvantage of the function in C programming language is we cannot return multiple values. The memory and time overheat due to the stack frame allocation and transfer the program control. This is the advantage and the disadvantage of the function in the C programming language. Now, finally, the function is the block of code that can be used as many times as we want inside a program. To use a function, we need to call a function. The function declaration includes function name, return type, and parameter. The function definition includes the body of the function. The function is of two types, user-defined function and the library function. And finally, in function we can, according to two types, call by value and call by reference according to the value passed. This is all about the functions in the C programming language. Exercise 1. Write a C program to find the cube of a number using function. In this exercise, first of all, I need to declare a function called cube. Here I need to use the double data type, not the integer, double cube. And the parameter here is double also, double number. This is the first step. I need to declare a function. Second step, I need now to write the integer main with the code. In the integer main, I need to declare the number. I need to declare C. C is the cube. And I need to put the formula of the cube. The formula is, for example, number times number. This is how to find the cube of a number. And I need to print the result on the screen. Let's write the code to see the result, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h. Now I need to declare the function declaration double cube double number. Now I need to write the integer main integer num and double cube. Now let's tell the user to give me a number. Printf enter any number. Scanf %d and num. Now C is equal to cube num. And printf, the cube of the number is printf. Let's print the cube of the number on the screen. Cube of %d is num and C. And return 0. Now let's put the formula to find the cube. Double function. I need to rewrite this function here. Double cube double num I don't need to put the semicolon here because it's a function definition. Now the formula is number times number times number. Here we can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in a different way. We can write this formula in we can write here, for example, double C is equal to number times number times number, and return C. It's the same. This is our C program to find the cube of a number using a function. First of all, I need to declare a function. I need to declare the number and the cube. I need to tell the user to give me a number, and I need to put the formula of the cube and print the result on the screen. Exercise 2, write a C program to find the diameter, circumference, and the area of a circle using a function. In this exercise, I need to declare three functions. The first function is double get diameter for the radius. Second function is double get circumference. And the third function is get double get area. I need to tell the user to give me a value of the radius. I need to calculate the radius, the circumference, and the area, and I need to print the value on the screen. Let's write the code to see the result. And let's start with hashtag include studio and hashtag include math. math.h. Because here I need to use the p when I need to calculate the area of the circle. Now the function declaration, double get diameter, double radius, double get circumference, double radius, double get area, double radius. Now let's start with the integer main. Integer main. Now float radius, diameter, circumference, and the area. Now let's tell the user to give me a value of the radius. Printf, enter the radius, scanf, percentage f because it's a float, and the radius. Now let's call the function, this tree function. I need to call that tree function. Let's start with the function get diameter. Get diameter, radius. Here I need to call the function. This is the first function to also radius, and finally area is equal to get area radius. I call the three functions and finally return 0. Now I need to calculate the diameter, the circumference, and the area. Double get circumference double radius return, let's put the formula, 2 times p times radius, here the mp, this is the formula of the get circumference. Here the m, p is equal to 3.14. Now let's calculate the diameter. Double get diameter double radius return 2 times m p times radius and finally let's calculate the area. Double get area double radius return mp times radius times radius. And this is our C program to calculate to find the diameter, the circumference, and the area of a circle using functions. First of all, I need to declare a function. In the integer main, I need to declare the radius, diameter, circumference, and the area. And I need to tell the user to give me a value of the radius. Second step, I need to call the functions. And I need to calculate the circumference, the diameter, and the area. Now the exercise 3, I need to write a C program to find the maximum and the minimum between numbers using a function. In this problems, I need to declare two functions. I need to use two functions. The first function is for the maximum and the second is for minimum. Here I need to use the integer data type. Integer, the first function is for the maximum, and I need here to put two parameters. I need to find the maximum between two numbers, integer number 1 and integer number 2. And the second function is for the minimum. It's the same minimum, integer number 1 and number 2. Later, I need to write the integer main function, and I need to declare the number 1, number 2, maximum and minimum. Later, I need to tell the user to give me a value of the numbers, number 1 and number 2. Second step, I need to call the functions. To call the function, I need to use this formula. Maximum equal to max number 1, number 2. And for minimum, minimum equal number 1 and number 2. And later I need to use the if statement. So I don't need to use the if statement. Finally, I need to find the maximum and the minimum using, for example, if the number 1 is greater than number 2, number 1 is the maximum. And if number 2 is greater than number 1, number 2 is the maximum. Now let's write the code to see the result. Let's start with integer max, integer number 1, integer number 2, integer minimum, integer number 1, integer number 2. The first step is done. Now let's go to the main function. Let's declare number 1, number 2, maximum, minimum. Let's tell the user to give me a value of these two numbers. Scanf %d add number 1, number 2. Now the maximum is equal to max number 1 and number 2. Here I need to call the to function, and the minimum is equal to main, also number 1 and number 2. Now let's print the maximum and the minimum on the screen. Printf maximum is equal to maximum, and the minimum, printf minimum is equal to minimum. Return 0. Now let's find the maximum between the two numbers. Find the maximum. Integer max, integer number 1 and integer number 2. Return number 1 greater than number 2, number 1, number 2. Integer minimum, integer number 1, integer number 2. Return number 1 greater than number 2, number 2 and number 1. Here I need to find the minimum, and this is our C program to find the maximum and the minimum between the two numbers. First of all, I need to declare the two functions. First function for the maximum and the second for the minimum. Second step, I need to use the main function to declare the number 1, number 2, maximum and minimum, and I need to tell the user to give me a value of number 1 and number 2. Later, I need to call the functions using this two formula. Maximum equal max number 1, number 2, and minimum equal min number 1, number 2. Second step, I need to print the maximum on the screen and the minimum on the screen. And finally, I need to find the maximum using this formula. If the number 1 greater than number 2, number 1 is the maximum. Here, if the number 1 greater than number 2, number 2 is the minimum. Exercise 1. Write a C program that prompts the user to enter elements of an array having 5 rows and 5 columns. This array is A, and this program should find the maximum value, its name max, in the array A. Then divide the elements of its diagonal by max. In this exercise, first of all, I need to define an array A that have 5 row and 5 column. Second step, I need to define I and G and the max. Later, I need to put the element of this array. I need to use the for loop to put the elements of A of this array. Next step, I need to find the maximum. To find the maximum, I need to put max is equal to A 0, 0, and I need to use also the for loop to find the maximum, also with a condition. And finally, I need to print the maximum value on the screen using the printf function, and I need to find the divide of the element of its diagonal. Also, I need to use the for loop with the if-else statement. Let's start with our code, and let's start with hashtag include studio.h and integer main. Now let's define the array integer A that have 5 column and 5 rows. This is a 5 times 5 matrix. Now let's define I and G, and I need to define also the maximum. Now input the elements of A of this array. First of all, I need to write printf enter the element. I need to tell the user to give me the element of this array. Now I need to use the for loop with this condition: I is equal to 0, I is less than here 5 column, 5, and I plus plus. I need to use the for loop also for the row. For the row, I for the row and G for the column. Here I put the element of the row. Now I need to put the element of the column. G is equal to 0. G is less than to 5. And G plus plus. Now printf elements %d, because it's an integer, %d I g, scanf %d also, and a I g. This is how to put the elements of an array. Now I need to find the maximum. Find the maximum value. The max is equal to a 0, 0. Now let's use the for loop to find the maximum. For I is equal to 0, I is less than to 5, and I plus plus. Now also for loop, second time for the column. For G equal to 0, G is less than to 5, and G plus plus. Now I need to use the if statement to find the maximum. I need to write if A, E, G is greater than the max, the maximum is equal to A, E, G. In the second part, I find the maximum value. I use the for loop and the if statement. In the first part, I tell the user to give me the element of this array. Now I need to print the maximum value on the screen. Print the maximum value. I need to use the printf function. Maximum value in A is max. Now I need to divide the diagonals. I need to divide the diagonal elements by the maximum value. Let's start with printf function. A after dividing diagonal by the max is 4, I equal to 0, I is less than 5, and I plus plus. Also for g equal to 0, g less than 5, g plus plus. Now I need to use the if-else statement. If I is equal to g, printf percentage 2 f. This here I need to divide the diagonal. I need to use the float and a e g. Here I divided the diagonal divided by the max. Now else printf percentage d a I g. And now printf new line. And finally return 0. This is our C program that prompts the user to enter an element of an array having 5 rows and 5 columns. This program should find the maximum value of the max, and I need to define the element of the diagonal by the max. First of all, I need to declare the array A, the I and G and the max. Second step, I need to input the element of the array A using the for loop. Later, I need to find the maximum value using also the for loop and the if statement. Here I need to print the maximum value on the screen, and I need to divide the diagonal elements by the maximum value using also the for loop and the if else statement.